Hello, dear listener. My name is Aidan, and tonight I'll be guiding you through a story that I hope will bring you peace and calm as you prepare for a restful sleep. If you enjoyed this story, please give us a like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. You can also support us on our Patreon, where you'll gain access to our Spotify playlist and early access to all our stories. Before we begin, I want you to find a comfortable place, a spot where you can relax and let your body settle. Perhaps you're tucked under a warm blanket or lying in a cozy chair with the soft glow of the evening surrounding you. Wherever you are, take a moment to close your eyes and take a slow, deep breath in, and then slowly exhale. Let your body soften with each breath. Let go of the thoughts of the day and gently ease into the present moment. Imagine that the world around you is quiet and still. The gentle hum of the evening is all that's left, and the world is slowing down, just like you. Now, let me tell you a story. A story of a moon who, one quiet night, noticed something was missing. Her glow had faded, and she set out on a journey to find it again. Along the way, she was joined by some wonderful friends. A clever fox, an owl with wise eyes, and a little firefly with a bright light. Together, they helped the moon discover something important, that it's okay to ask for help, and that sometimes the most magical things happen when we come together with others. As you listen, let the warmth of the moon's glow fill your mind, and the gentle sounds of the forest carry you away. This is a tale of friendship, teamwork, and rediscovering the light within ourselves, no matter how far we may feel from it. So, take another deep breath in and out, and as the world around you fades into the soft embrace of the night, let yourself drift along with the story. Let's begin, and I invite you to listen with an open heart, ready for a little magic to unfold in the quiet of the night. Chapter 1. A Pale Moonrise. One quiet evening, the world below was still, wrapped in the soft hush of nightfall. Stars began to flicker awake, their tiny lights scattered like glimmering dust across the endless sky. The moon, who had been resting behind the horizon all day, rose gracefully into the heavens. She was ready to cast her usual soft, silvery glow over the earth, bringing comfort to wandering travelers and sleepy creatures alike. But tonight, something was wrong. The moon gazed down at the forests, rivers, and mountains below, expecting to see her light shimmering across the landscape. Instead, the world looked darker than usual. Her reflection in the ocean was dim and faint, like a whisper of what it used to be. "What's happening?" the moon murmured, her round face pale and puzzled. "Why can't I shine tonight?" The stars noticed her confusion and sparkled faintly, trying to offer their support. But even their comforting twinkles didn't help the moon understand why her glow was missing. She turned her gaze to the earth, wondering if someone there could help her solve this mystery. For a moment, she hesitated. She was the moon, after all. proud and steady, always lighting up the night sky without fail. Asking for help felt strange and unfamiliar. But as she drifted silently above the sleeping world, a small, nagging thought began to grow in her heart. Maybe it was okay to seek a little guidance. "I can't do this alone," she admitted to herself softly. "But who will listen?" With newfound determination, the moon cast her faint light over a quiet forest. She could see the tops of trees swaying gently in the night breeze, and shadows dancing softly along the ground. Somewhere down there, she thought, must be someone who could help. Her soft light flickered through the trees, waking a clever fox from his evening nap. The moon didn't know it yet, but her first helper was about to notice her dim glow and offer a paw in friendship. Chapter 2. The Clever Fox. In the heart of the forest, the clever fox stirred from his nap, his ears twitching as a pale light filtered through the canopy. He stretched, his russet fur catching the faint moonlight, and sniffed the air. Something felt different tonight. The forest was quieter than usual, and the moon's light, which usually painted the world in silvery hues, was dim and uncertain. Curious, the fox trotted to a clearing where the moon's light fell softly. Looking up, he saw her hovering high in the sky, her face pale and worried. "Moon," he called, his sharp eyes narrowing in concern. "You look different tonight. Are you feeling all right?" The moon hesitated, her faint glow flickering as if unsure whether to speak. Finally, she sighed and replied, "Fox, I've lost my glow. I don't know where it has gone, and I feel so small without it. What if I can't ever shine again?" The fox sat back on his haunches, his bushy tail curling around him as he thought. "Losing something important is never easy," he said thoughtfully. "But don't you worry. I've solved many riddles in my time, and I know that problems are best tackled with a little help. Let me lend you my cleverness." The moon's spirits lifted slightly. "You would help me, even though I've always been the one to light your way?" "Of course," the fox replied, his amber eyes glinting warmly. "Helping a friend is what truly lights the path. But we'll need more than cleverness alone. We'll need others who can see the world in ways I cannot." The moon nodded, her pale face softening with gratitude. "Do you think we'll find them?" The fox stood and flicked his tail confidently. "This forest is full of wise and kind souls. I know just where to start." With that, the fox bounded through the underbrush, his sharp nose leading the way. The moon followed, her faint light guiding him as much as it could. As they moved deeper into the forest, the fox thought of someone who always seemed to have answers. Someone who might know where to begin searching for the moon's missing glow. And so, with the moon's soft light trailing behind, the fox led her toward an ancient oak tree, where the wisest creature in the forest was perched, quietly watching the world below. Chapter 3. The Wise Owl. The ancient oak stood tall in the heart of the forest, its gnarled branches reaching high into the night sky. It had weathered countless seasons, and nestled in one of its thick branches sat the wise old owl. She was awake, as always, her amber eyes scanning the forest floor for movement. Though the night was her domain, she too had noticed that something was amiss. The moon's light, which usually painted the forest in soft silver, was faint and pale tonight. The fox approached the base of the oak, his agile paws barely making a sound on the mossy ground. He craned his neck to look up at the owl. "Owl," he called softly, not wanting to startle her. "May we have a moment of your time?" The owl tilted her head, curious. Her large eyes, bright and knowing, gleamed faintly in the dim moonlight. "Fox, what brings you here at this hour? And why is the moon so quiet tonight?" The fox stepped aside, revealing the moon hanging low on the horizon, her light flickering like a candle in the wind. "She's lost her glow," the fox explained gently. "She needs our help to find it." The owl blinked slowly, her feathers ruffling as she considered the moon's plight. "Losing one's glow is a serious matter," she said in her deep, soothing voice. "But even the most troubling puzzles can be solved if we look closely and work together." She spread her wide wings and floated gracefully down to the forest floor, her talons gripping a low branch as she addressed the moon directly. "Tell me, dear moon," the owl said, her tone calm and reassuring. "When did you first notice your glow was missing?" The moon hesitated. "Just tonight," she whispered, her voice carrying a faint echo. "I rose into the sky as usual, but when I looked down at the world, my light was barely there. I've tried to shine as I always do, but it's as if something inside me is gone." The owl's gaze softened, and she nodded thoughtfully. "Sometimes, what feels lost isn't truly gone. It may simply be hidden, waiting to be rediscovered. The forest holds many secrets, and perhaps it holds the answer to your missing glow." The fox, his tail swishing with impatience, looked up at the owl. "Do you think we should search the forest then? Maybe her glow is hidden somewhere nearby." The owl chuckled softly, a warm and comforting sound. "Oh, clever fox, your instincts are good, as always. But the forest is vast. If we are to search for the moon's glow, we must use every skill at our disposal. My sharp eyes will scan the treetops and the skies, while your quick feet can cover the ground below. Still, we may need more help." The moon's faint light brightened slightly, as if hope had sparked within her. "Who else could help us?" The owl turned her wise gaze toward the deeper shadows of the forest. "There is one who carries their own light," she said knowingly. "A firefly who lives near the creek. Her glow may not be as grand as yours, moon, but it shines with determination. Let us seek her out, for her light will guide us in ways neither fox nor I can." The fox nodded eagerly. "I know the way to the creek. Follow me." With that, the fox began to lead the way, his movements swift and purposeful. The owl took to the skies, her wings beating silently as she soared above, her keen eyes scanning for any unusual glimmers. or movements. The moon followed, her pale light illuminating their path as much as she could manage. As they ventured through the forest, the moon began to feel a tiny flicker of hope. For the first time since she had noticed her glow was missing, she felt less alone. These two had come to her aid so willingly, each offering their unique strengths to help her. And so, their small but determined group moved deeper into the woods, their sights set on finding the little light that could guide them to the next step in their journey. Somewhere ahead, the firefly waited, unaware that her small glow would soon play a vital role in a quest as vast as the sky itself. Chapter 4: The Firefly's Spark. The forest grew quieter as the trio ventured deeper into its heart, where the trees stood taller, and the air was filled with the soft whispers of rustling leaves. The owl glided silently above, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows, while the fox led the way on the ground, his nose low to the earth. The moon's pale light wove through the branches, illuminating their path just enough to keep the dark at bay. At last, they arrived at the creek, its waters flowing gently over smooth stones. Moonlight, dim though it was, reflected faintly off the ripples, giving the stream an ethereal shimmer. The fox sniffed the air and twitched his ears, alert for the faint flicker of light that might belong to the firefly. "She should be here," the fox said, his voice low and thoughtful. "She often comes to this creek at night to dance with her friends." The owl landed gracefully on a low branch, her large eyes gleaming. "Call out to her," she suggested. "Her light may be small, but her heart is bright, and she will not ignore a call for help." The moon, feeling a little braver in the company of her newfound friends, cast her faint light over the creek and called softly, "Firefly, are you here? I need your help." For a moment, there was only the sound of the creek murmuring over the stones, its gentle song filling the air. Then, from the shadows near the bank, a tiny flicker of light appeared. It blinked once, twice, and then floated closer, revealing a firefly no larger than a child's fingertip. Her glow was warm and golden, a sharp contrast to the pale, struggling light of the moon. She paused mid-air, her delicate wings humming softly as she tilted her tiny head to look up at the sky. "Moon?" she asked in a voice that was small but filled with wonder. "Why do you look so dim tonight?" The moon's light flickered, as if in response to the firefly's gentle question. "I've lost my glow," she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know where it's gone, but I feel so empty without it." The firefly floated closer, her glow steady and comforting. "Lost your glow?" she echoed, concern filling her voice. "That's terrible. But don't worry, Moon. I may not be very big, but I'll help you however I can. No light is too small to make a difference." The fox smiled, his sharp teeth glinting faintly in the dim light. "That's the spirit. With your glow, Firefly, we'll have an extra guide as we search for clues. Your light may be small, but it can reach places where even the moon's glow can't shine." The owl nodded her approval, her feathers rustling softly. You are brave, little firefly. Your light, though humble, has a power all its own. Together, we will follow its trail and see where it leads us. The firefly's wings hummed as she darted in playful loops, her glow brightening as if fueled by their kind words. Thank you for believing in me, she said. Now, let's not waste time. If the moon's glow is somewhere in the forest, we'll find it. The fox led the way once more, with the firefly flitting ahead to illuminate the darkest corners of the forest. Her glow danced along the underbrush, revealing tiny details that might otherwise have been missed. The glint of dew on a leaf, the soft sparkle of mica in a stone, the faint trails left by other creatures. As they moved through the woods, the moon couldn't help but marvel at how even the smallest light could make such a big difference. Though her own glow was missing, she felt a warmth growing inside her, sparked by the kindness of her companions. The firefly's light flickered and flared as she explored every nook and cranny, her enthusiasm contagious. Sometimes, she said cheerfully, what's lost is hiding in plain sight. We just have to look at it from the right angle. The moon listened closely, her pale face reflecting the firefly's golden glow. Perhaps the little firefly was right. Perhaps the answer wasn't as far away as it seemed. As the group pressed on, their determination grew stronger. The firefly's spark, though small, seemed to ignite something in all of them, a sense of hope that shone brighter than the darkest night. Chapter 5. The River's Whisper. The gentle sound of flowing water grew louder as the group neared the river. Its silvery surface wound through the forest like a ribbon, reflecting what little light the moon could still offer. Fireflies flickered along the banks, their tiny sparks dancing like stars fallen to earth, while frogs sang a rhythmic chorus, their croaks blending with the murmur of the current. The fox was the first to step onto the soft, damp ground by the river's edge. His sharp eyes scanned the water, his ears twitching as he listened to its soothing song. The river sees everything that passes through the forest, he said, his voice low and confident. If anyone knows where your glow might be, Moon, it's the river. The owl, perched on a nearby branch, nodded in agreement. Rivers are wise in their way. They carry secrets from one place to another, whispering to the stones and the reeds. If your glow has touched this forest, the river may have seen it. The firefly hovered above the water, her tiny light reflected in its rippling surface. River, she called, her voice bright and clear. Can you hear us? The moon has lost her glow, and we need your help to find it. For a moment, only the sound of the current answered, the water swirling gently over smooth stones. Then, as if awakening from a long dream, the river's voice rose, soft and melodic, like the chime of distant bells. I have seen many things tonight, the river murmured, its tone as calm as its flow. The stars have danced above me, and the wind has whispered through the trees, but the moon's glow, I have not seen it as I usually do. Tonight, the forest feels dimmer, as though a piece of its heart is missing. The moon listened intently, her pale face reflected faintly in the water. "Do you think it could be hidden somewhere nearby?" she asked, her voice a mix of hope and uncertainty. The river chuckled softly, its laughter like the tinkling of water over pebbles. "Perhaps. Sometimes, what is lost is not far away at all. It may not be something you find with your eyes, but with your heart." The fox tilted his head, his clever mind turning over the river's cryptic words. "What do you mean? How can the moon's glow be found in her heart?" The river's voice grew quieter, as though sharing a secret. "The moon's glow is not just light. It is her joy, her confidence, her connection to the world she watches over. If she feels dim, it may be because something inside her has dimmed first. Sometimes, to find what's lost, we must look within." The firefly darted closer to the moon, her tiny glow brightening as if to offer encouragement. "That makes sense. Moon, maybe your glow is still with you, but it's hiding because you're feeling unsure. We can help you look, not just outside, but inside too." The moon's light flickered faintly, like a shy smile. "But how do I look inside myself? I've always just been. I don't know how to search for something I can't see." The owl, ever wise, ruffled her feathers and spoke gently. "The river has given us a clue, but the answer will come with time. For now, we must continue our journey. Each step forward brings us closer to understanding." The moon felt a warmth in her heart, a small glimmer of hope that hadn't been there before. Her friend's belief in her was like a steady hand guiding her through the darkness. "Thank you, river," the moon said softly, her voice carrying over the water. "Even if you haven't seen my glow, your words have given me something to hold on to." The river's current shimmered, as if smiling in return. "You are welcome, dear moon. Remember, even the faintest light can shine brightly when nurtured by kindness." The fox stepped forward, his tail swishing as he turned to the others. "Then let's keep going. The answer may not be far, and we'll find it together." The firefly flitted ahead, her golden glow illuminating the path along the riverbank, while the owl soared silently above, her sharp eyes scanning for anything unusual. The moon followed, her light still faint, but carrying a quiet strength now. As they left the river behind, its soothing whispers faded into the distance, but its wisdom lingered in the moon's heart. Though her glow was still missing, she felt a little less lost, knowing she wasn't searching alone. The forest was vast, and the journey ahead uncertain, but with her friends by her side, she began to believe that even the darkest night could end in light. Chapter 6. The Whispering Wind. The forest opened into a wide meadow bathed in shadows, where tall grasses swayed gently beneath the night sky. A cool breeze rippled across the land, carrying the earthy scents of moss, wildflowers, and pine. The fox slowed his pace, his keen nose lifting to sniff the air. Beside him, the firefly flitted in lazy loops, her golden light tracing soft patterns in the dark. High above, the owl glided effortlessly, her wings outstretched, eyes sharp as she scanned the open expanse. The moon hovered just above the horizon, her faint light struggling to reach the meadow's edges. "Where are we now?" she asked softly, her voice blending with the hush of the night. "This is the meadow where the wind dances," the fox explained, his tone light but thoughtful. "If there's a whisper of a clue about your glow, the wind will have heard it. It carries secrets across the world, after all." The firefly's wings hummed as she paused mid-air. "The wind? Do you think it knows where the moon's glow has gone?" The owl swooped lower, her wise voice calm but certain. "The wind doesn't always give direct answers, but it listens to everything. If anyone has seen or heard of the moon's glow passing by, it will be the wind." The moon's dim face brightened just slightly at the thought. "How do we speak to it?" she asked. "The wind seems so everywhere at once." The fox chuckled, his amber eyes glinting with humor. "That's the trick with the wind. You don't call to it. It's already listening. You just have to ask, and it will answer in its own way." The group gathered in the center of the meadow, where the breeze seemed livelier, rustling the grasses and bending the wildflowers in gentle waves. The firefly darted higher, her glow reflecting faintly in the dewdrops clinging to the blades of grass. Taking a deep breath, the moon called softly, "Wind, can you hear me? I've lost my glow, and I don't know where it's gone. Have you seen it? Felt it? Carried it on your currents?" For a moment, there was silence except for the faint rustle of grass. Then, the wind shifted, growing warmer, as if acknowledging her question. It swirled gently around the group, teasing the fox's fur, ruffling the owl's feathers, and causing the firefly to twirl in delight. "Yes," the wind seemed to sigh, its voice a soft, distant hum that carried through the meadow. "I have felt the moon's glow, faint and wandering. It was scattered among the stars, lost in the vastness of the night. But I did not carry it far. It lingers still, close to your heart." The moon's light flickered, her pale face puzzled. "Scattered among the stars," she repeated, her voice tinged with worry. "How can I gather it again?" The wind danced through the grasses, stirring the wildflowers into a gentle sway. "The stars hold your glow in pieces, waiting for you to call them back. You shine for the world below, but you must also shine for yourself. Find the parts of yourself you've forgotten, and the stars will return what is yours." The firefly floated closer to the moon, her small light glowing brighter in encouragement. "You hear that, moon? Your glow isn't gone. It's just waiting for you to reach out for it." The fox tilted his head thoughtfully. "It's not just about looking outward, is it? You'll have to remember what makes you shine." The owl, ever wise, nodded in agreement. "Your glow is more than light, moon. It's your joy, your confidence, your connection to the world. If you feel dim, it may be because you've forgotten how bright you truly are." The stars will guide you, but the first step is believing in yourself. The moon felt a warmth growing in her heart, a small but steady flicker of hope. The stars, she murmured. They've always been my companions. If they hold my glow, I'll find a way to bring it back. The wind swirled around her once more, a soft and playful current that seemed to lift her spirits. Remember, moon, it whispered. You are never alone. The stars, the forest, your friends. We are all here to help you shine again. The fox turned to the others, his tail swishing with determination. Then our next stop is the stars. If they're holding pieces of the moon's glow, we'll find a way to reach them. The firefly twirled excitedly, her golden light trailing a hopeful arc. Stars are far, but we'll figure it out. Nothing is too far when you have friends to help you. The owl spread her wings, her voice calm and steady. The journey ahead may not be simple, but we are ready. Let us follow the wind's guidance and seek the wisdom of the stars. As the group left the meadow, the wind's soft whispers lingered in their ears. A gentle reminder that even the smallest currents could carry great strength. The moon, though still dim, felt a spark of determination blooming within her. Her glow wasn't truly gone. It was waiting for her, scattered among the stars she had always cherished. And so, with hope lighting their path and friendship strengthening their resolve, the group moved forward, ready to seek the light that had been with the moon all along. Chapter 7. The Stars Above. The night stretched endlessly above them as the group continued their journey. The moon's soft light flickering like a candle in the breeze. The forest had long since faded behind them, and now they found themselves in an open clearing beneath the vast sky. The stars above twinkled like diamonds scattered across a dark velvet blanket, their gleams like distant promises of guidance, hope, and answers. The air was cooler here, and the night felt deeper, as if the sky itself were holding its breath in anticipation. The wind had become a gentle murmur, no longer a playful dance, but a steady, guiding presence. It had brought them to this place, this wide open expanse where the stars seemed to shine just a little brighter. The moon, still dim and uncertain, raised her gaze to the heavens. "The stars," she whispered. "I've always watched over them. But tonight, it feels as though they're watching over me." The firefly, who had been flitting happily beside the moon, paused in her dance and fluttered closer. Her glow brightened in the moon's presence, the two lights casting a soft glow across the clearing. "The stars have always been there, waiting for you to reach out," she said. "Now it's your turn to ask for what you need." The owl, perched gracefully on a nearby stone, spoke in her calm, steady voice. "The stars know you, moon. They have seen you shine brightly, and they will answer when you call for them. But remember, they are not just lights in the sky. They are the reflections of your spirit. To call them back, you must first believe in the light within yourself." The fox, his tail swishing behind him, stood at the edge of the clearing, watching the moon with a mix of admiration and quiet understanding. "The stars are distant," he said thoughtfully, "but they are never truly out of reach. If you believe, they will help you find your glow again." The moon's light flickered, a subtle shift as her heart stirred with the words of her friends. She had always been a silent observer of the stars, silent in the sense that she had always given, always watched, but never truly asked. But now, as the gentle wind rustled through the clearing, she felt something shift within her. Maybe it was time to ask. Taking a deep breath, the moon spoke aloud, her voice soft but steady. "Stars," she called, her words floating upward like a prayer into the night sky. "I've lost my glow. I've searched the world beneath me, but I can't find it. It feels as if part of me is missing. Can you hear me? Can you help me find what I've lost?" For a long moment, nothing happened. The stars twinkled above, their distant light undisturbed. The wind grew still, as if waiting too for an answer. The firefly hovered anxiously nearby, her golden glow blinking in rhythmic flashes. And then, slowly, one by one, the stars began to shine just a little brighter. At first, it was subtle, a shift in their gleam, a soft pulse that made the sky feel alive with quiet energy. Then, as if responding to the moon's call, the stars began to twinkle more brightly, their light cascading like silver threads falling through the fabric of the night. The moon's heart fluttered with a sudden warmth, a sense of connection she had not felt in what seemed like an age. "They're listening," she whispered in awe. The owl's eyes gleamed with understanding. "Yes, moon. The stars have always been your companions. They are the reflection of your own light. And now, you must remember the spark within you." The wind stirred gently once more, wrapping around the group like a comforting embrace. Its voice was soft but clear. "You are not just a light in the sky, moon. You are the keeper of the night, the guardian of dreams. Your glow is more than a reflection. It is the very heart of the world below. When you believe in your own strength, the stars will return your light." The firefly's wings hummed excitedly, and she floated closer to the moon, her tiny glow now mirroring the growing brightness of the stars above. "It's in you, moon," she said, with a bright smile. "You just need to reach for it. Let the stars remind you of who you are." The fox stepped forward, his amber eyes shining with quiet pride. "The moon has always been a guide for us," he said, his voice firm and reassuring. "Now, it's time for the moon to be guided by her own light." The moon took another deep breath, feeling the warmth of the wind, the wisdom of her friends, and the brilliance of the stars all around her. Slowly, she began to realize that her glow had never truly gone. It had only been hidden beneath doubts and uncertainty. With each gentle word of encouragement from the wind, the fox, the owl, and the firefly. She felt her light stir within her once more. She raised her gaze to the stars, her heart open and filled with trust. "I remember now," she whispered. "I remember who I am." And just as the words left her lips, the stars above seemed to burst into life. Their light, once distant and cold, now flowed down in streams of silver and gold, weaving through the fabric of the sky and into the heart of the moon. It was as though the stars were gently pouring their light into her, filling her up with warmth, strength, and brilliance. Her glow, which had been dim and faint, began to grow, slowly at first, and then faster, until her light shone brightly once again, filling the night with a soft, luminous radiance. The world below seemed to hold its breath, and the forest, the meadow, the river, and the distant hills all bathed in the soft, welcoming glow of the moon. The firefly hovered in awe, her tiny wings flickering in admiration. "You did it, Moon! You found your glow!" The owl smiled, her amber eyes glowing with pride. "The stars have returned your light, just as they always knew they would." The fox's tail flicked with satisfaction. "Your glow was never gone, Moon. It was just waiting for you to remember it." And as the moon's glow filled the sky, casting its gentle light over the world, she realized that the journey she had taken, the friends who had guided her, and the belief in herself that she had found along the way were all the pieces she had needed to shine brighter than ever before. The night had been long, but it had brought her back to herself. The moon's glow now reflected the strength, the courage, and the beauty of everything she had learned on her journey. And in that glow, she felt whole again. Together, with her friends by her side, the moon shone down on the world, a beacon of hope and light for all who looked up. And though the stars above continued to twinkle in their distant corners of the sky, the moon knew that her light would always be enough to guide those who sought it. Chapter 8. The Heart of the Forest. As the moon's light began to brighten, a peaceful stillness seemed to settle over the entire forest. The air, once cool and still, now felt warmer with the moon's radiant glow. It wrapped the trees and the flowers, the grass and the animals in a soft, silvery blanket. The moon, now shining in her full splendor once again, felt her heart swell with gratitude and joy. The journey to regain her glow had been long, but it had brought her something far more valuable than light. It had brought her understanding, connection, and the realization that she was never truly alone. Her friends, the fox, the owl, the firefly, and the whispering wind had all stood by her, offering their wisdom, their encouragement, and their love. And now, as the forest around them seemed to sigh in relief beneath the renewed light of the moon, the time had come to give back, to share the glow that she had so carefully rediscovered. "It feels as though the entire forest is breathing with me," the moon said softly, her voice full of awe as she gazed over the treetops. "The trees are whispering, the flowers are swaying, the animals are waking up from their dreams. It's as if the whole world is celebrating." The fox, his tail swishing contentedly as he stood beside the moon, nodded. When you shine, moon, the world below can't help but shine with you. Your light has always been a part of the forest, of every creature, of every leaf. You may not have realized it, but the forest has been waiting for you to remember your glow. The owl, perched nearby, smiled and tilted her head, her wise eyes glimmering. You've done more than just reclaim your light, moon. You've brought balance back to the night. The animals that roam the forest, the trees that stretch toward the heavens, the flowers that bloom in the quiet of night, all of them rely on your glow. It is the rhythm of the world, the heartbeat of the night. The firefly, who had been dancing joyfully in the moonlight, paused and hovered close to the moon. Her tiny light sparkled with excitement. I've never seen the forest so beautiful. Your glow is like a song, moon, one that brings everything to life. The night feels peaceful again, like it has a purpose. The moon's light shimmered as she absorbed their words, feeling a deep sense of peace within herself. She had always thought her glow was something separate from the world, a distant thing, something that only shone for others to see. But now, she understood that her glow was a part of the world. It wasn't just for the forest to look at, but for the forest to feel, to breathe with, to live in harmony with. Her glow was as much a part of the forest as the trees, the flowers, and the creatures who roamed beneath her light. The fox, noticing the deep thoughtfulness in the moon's gaze, spoke gently. You are the heart of the forest, moon, and the forest is the heart of you. You've always been connected, and now you see how your glow sustains the life around you. But the forest, like you, needs something more to thrive. The balance that exists here is delicate, and it's your glow that helps keep it whole. The moon tilted her head, considering his words. I understand now, she said, a soft warmth growing inside her. It's not just about shining for others. It's about the connection between us all. The forest needs my glow, but I, too, need the forest's strength. Without the trees, the rivers, the animals, my light would be nothing. We are all part of the same beautiful rhythm. The owl's eyes gleamed with quiet pride. You are wise, moon. You've learned something that many forget, that light and darkness are not separate things, but part of a greater balance. Your glow is a reflection of the love and care that surrounds you, and now that you see this, you will always shine brighter. A soft breeze stirred through the forest once more, and the wind's voice floated down to them, its tone gentle but full of meaning. The forest breathes with you, moon. It sings with your light, but it also rests in the darkness. Without the night, there can be no dawn. Your glow shines, but so too does the quiet. Together, they make the world whole. The firefly, her tiny wings fluttering with excitement, darted up to the moon once more. I think I understand now. Your glow is like a song, moon, and when you shine, the forest sings along. But when you're not glowing, the world still listens to the quiet. It's all part of the same beautiful melody. The moon smiled, her light gleaming softly as she gazed down at the friends who had helped her rediscover her true self. "Thank you," she said, her voice full of gratitude. "You've all shown me that my glow is not just something I give to others. It's a part of me, and it is connected to everything I care about. The stars, the wind, the trees, the creatures. They are all a part of the light I carry." The fox gave a small, satisfied smile. "You found what you needed to know, Moon. And now that you've found it, you will shine brighter than ever before." The owl nodded, her feathers rustling softly in the night breeze. "And remember, Moon, your light will never fade as long as you carry this truth with you, that your glow is a part of the world, and the world is a part of you." As the group stood in the center of the forest, the moon's light now full and radiant, the wind whispered through the trees, the leaves rustling in gentle approval. The forest, once dark and quiet, now seemed to hum with life. Every branch, every flower, every stone beneath them bathed in the soft, steady glow of the moon. And in that moment, the moon knew that she would never be alone again. Her glow was a part of the world, and the world would always be a part of her. And so, with the stars twinkling above, the wind singing its quiet song, and her friends gathered close, the moon shone down on the world below, her heart filled with peace, knowing that her glow would forever light the way for those who looked up to her. Chapter 9. A Glow to Share. The moon's glow spread like liquid silver across the forest, a soft and radiant light that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the world. The trees, their branches stretching toward the heavens, swayed in the gentle breeze, casting long, dappled shadows that danced along the forest floor. The creatures of the night, who had been quietly waiting in the shadows, now emerged to bask in the moon's luminous warmth. As the moon looked down, she could see the creatures of the forest, rabbits, deer, and squirrels, each moving through the underbrush with a quiet, graceful energy. The birds, too, had begun to stir from their nests high in the trees, their wings fluttering gently in the soft breeze. Every living thing in the forest, it seemed, was drawn to the moon's glow. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to unfold. The fox, always alert, stood at the edge of the clearing, his amber eyes reflecting the moonlight. He turned to the moon, his tail swishing with pride. "Look at them," he said quietly. "The forest comes alive in your light. You've shown them the way, Moon. They look to you for guidance, for hope, for comfort, and you've given it to them, just by being yourself." The owl, perched high on a branch above them, watched the scene below with a serene gaze. "The forest knows the power of your glow. You are more than a light in the sky, Moon. You are a protector, a guide, a friend to all who dwell beneath your light." The firefly, who had been darting through the air in delight, paused beside the moon. Her tiny body flickered with excitement. It's like magic, isn't it? The way your light makes everything feel so peaceful, so connected. The moon smiled softly, her light warming the clearing even more. She had never realized how much her glow meant to the world below, how deeply it affected everything that lived in the forest. She had always thought of herself as distant, separate from the earth and its creatures. But now, with her light filling the air and the earth, she understood that she was a part of something far greater, a living, breathing world that needed her glow to thrive. For the first time, the moon truly understood the gift she had. It wasn't just about shining for others. It was about sharing the glow, the warmth, the light that had always been a part of her. She realized that her light had the power to comfort, to guide, and to bring hope, not only to the creatures of the forest, but to the world beyond. "I never knew," she said softly, her voice filled with wonder. "I never knew that my light meant so much. I've always thought it was just something that belonged to me, to shine for myself and for the stars. But now I see that it's not just for me. It's for everyone. My glow, my light, it's meant to be shared." The firefly's wings fluttered in delight. "Yes, exactly. You've always had that power, Moon. All you had to do was see it, and now it's here for everyone to feel." The fox stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. "And now, Moon, you must share your light. There are creatures who need it, friends who will seek it, and beings who will find their way because of you. Your glow will guide them, just as it guided us. But you must keep sharing it, always, and the world will always shine." The owl, her wings stretched wide, spoke in her deep, soothing voice. "Your glow is not something to keep hidden, Moon. It is a part of the night, a beacon in the darkness. The stars are your companions, but the creatures of the world below are your family. And they will always look to you when they need light, when they need guidance. They will find comfort in your glow, just as you have found comfort in the world around you." The wind, ever present, whispered softly through the trees, its voice a gentle caress. "The moon has always been a part of the world, just as the forest is a part of the moon. When you shine for all, and in return, the world will share its beauty with you." The moon closed her eyes for a moment, allowing the wind's words to wash over her. The truth felt so simple, yet it filled her heart with such profound meaning. She wasn't just a solitary presence in the sky. She was a part of everything. Her glow didn't exist for her alone. It existed for the forest, for the animals, for the earth beneath her, and for the stars that shared the heavens with her. And in sharing her light, she found a deeper connection to the world she had watched over for so long. The moon lifted her face to the sky, her light shining more brightly now, casting a soft and comforting glow across the land. The stars, once distant and cold, now twinkled with warmth in return, as if acknowledging the moon's newfound understanding. The world below seemed to breathe in time with the moon's pulse. Each leaf, each blade of grass, each creature of the forest, alive with the energy of the night. And then the moon understood. It wasn't enough to shine for the forest to see. She needed to share her glow with them, to let them feel the comfort and warmth that she had within her. She began to focus, just for a moment, on the animals gathered below. She could feel their hearts, each beating softly in the night. The deer grazing quietly in the meadow, the rabbits curled up in their dens, the owls nesting in the tall trees. All of them could feel her glow, could sense her presence. She had always been there, but now they could feel the connection, the bond between them. The moon's light grew brighter still, filling the clearing with its soft radiance. She wasn't just illuminating the world, she was giving her light, sharing it with every living creature below her. It was a gift, a reminder that she wasn't separate from the world, but a part of it. And as her glow reached every corner of the forest, from the tallest tree to the smallest flower, the world seemed to sing in response. The animals stopped for a moment, lifting their heads to the sky, and the wind whispered through the leaves, carrying with it a soft melody, a song of connection, of light shared, of the bond that united the moon with the world below. The forest seemed to sigh in peace, its heartbeat steady and sure. And in that moment, the moon understood her purpose. She had always shone for others, but now she realized that her glow was not just for them, it was a part of them. The forest, the creatures, the wind, the stars, they were all one, and together they formed a perfect, balanced whole. As the night unfolded, the moon continued to shine, her light now a steady, comforting presence. She had learned that her glow was not something to keep for herself, but something to share with those who needed it, and to give it freely to the world that had always been there for her. And so, with her friends standing by her side, the moon knew that no matter what the future held, she would always shine, not just for herself, but for the world she loved. Her glow would be a gift to all, a light to guide the way for those who needed it most. And in sharing her light, the moon knew that she had found her true place in the world, forever shining, forever connected. Chapter 10. The Endless Glow. The moon had never felt so full, so alive, as she did now. As she gazed down over the vast, quiet forest, her light poured over every corner of the land, casting soft shadows and filling the world with a serene radiance. It wasn't just a glow now. It was a feeling. It was the warmth of a friendship that had bloomed in the heart of the night. The comfort of knowing that no matter where you were never truly alone. The forest, with all its creatures and hidden wonders, seemed to breathe in time with the moon's light, as though it too understood the importance of this moment. The air was filled with the scent of flowers, the soft rustling of leaves, and the occasional whisper of a breeze. The creatures that had gathered in the clearing, those who had watched and waited as the moon regained her glow, now moved with a quiet reverence, as if the world itself had come into perfect harmony. The fox sat at the edge of the clearing, his amber eyes glowing in the soft light. He had seen many moons rise and fall in his time, but none had shone so brightly, so confidently, as the moon did now. He thought back to when she had first confessed her worry, her doubt, when she had feared that her glow had vanished forever. Now, standing beside her, he saw the truth. The moon's glow had never been lost. Not really. It had only needed to be rediscovered, like a forgotten melody that, once heard again, filled the heart with joy. "You've done it, Moon," the fox said softly, his voice full of admiration. "You've not only found your glow, but you've also found your place in the world. You're not just a light in the sky. You're part of the rhythm of life, part of everything that grows, that lives, that breathes." The owl, who had been quietly watching from her perch, tilted her head and spoke with her deep, calming voice. "The forest is at peace now. It has always been your light that has held everything together, Moon. But now, you understand that it's not just about shining for the world. It's about sharing that light with everyone, letting them feel it, letting them know they are not alone." The firefly flitted near the moon, her tiny body glowing brightly. "And we're all here to help you share it," she said, her voice filled with excitement. "Your glow doesn't just stay with you now. It's in the air, in the leaves, in the heartbeats of every animal in the forest. It's a part of everything." The moon smiled, a soft warmth spreading through her as she listened to her friends. The lessons they had taught her were simple, but they resonated deeply within her. She had spent so many nights watching over the world below, her glow a quiet presence in the vastness of the sky. But now she knew the truth. Her glow was not just hers to keep. It was a gift, a light to share with the world. But as much as the moon had learned, she realized there was still something she needed to do. The forest was peaceful now, but she could feel the pull of something more, a need to share her glow with others beyond the forest, to reach out to those who might not know of the beauty she now understood. She lifted her face toward the heavens, and for a moment, the sky seemed to open up before her. The stars twinkled in response, shimmering brightly in the vast expanse above. It was as though they were calling to her, a reminder of all that she had once feared she had lost. But now, with her heart full of understanding, the moon knew what she had to do. She closed her eyes, allowing herself to feel the connection between herself and the world. With each breath, she felt herself growing brighter, her glow spreading farther, filling the sky with a soft, steady light. She reached out, not with her hands, but with her light, her heart, her very being. And then the most wonderful thing happened. As the moon's glow stretched across the sky, the stars seemed to respond. They twinkled more brightly, as though in acknowledgement, as though joining in her song of connection. The light of the moon and the stars merged together, creating a radiant, peaceful glow that filled the sky from horizon to horizon. The night, once dark and silent, was now alive with light, with life, with the understanding that the moon's glow was not just hers to hold. It was part of the universe, a light shared by all, a light that connected the night sky, the earth below, and everything in between. The moon opened her eyes, and in that moment, she understood. The stars had always been her companions, guiding her through the dark. But now, they were not just faraway points of light. They were a part of her, a reflection of the same light she had carried all along. And as the stars joined her in their celestial dance, she knew that her glow was now limitless, extending across the heavens and reaching every corner of the earth. The fox watched this with awe, his eyes wide. "It's beautiful, Moon," he said softly. "Your light has grown beyond the forest. It's everywhere now. It's in the stars, in the breeze, in the earth itself. You've shared your glow with the whole world." The owl nodded, her wings rustling as she spoke. "Your light is infinite, Moon. It is the light of love, of connection, of shared understanding. It will never fade, because it is part of the very fabric of the world." The firefly's tiny voice was filled with wonder. "You've become part of the whole night sky, Moon. Your glow is endless, just like the stars. You'll never be alone again." The moon smiled, her light shining more brightly than ever. She had learned so much on this journey, about herself, about the forest, and about the power of sharing her glow. She had learned that her light was not just something to keep to herself, but something to share, something to give freely to the world around her. And in giving her light, she had found a deeper connection to everything: the creatures of the forest, the stars above, the wind that whispered through the trees, the earth beneath her. The moon realized then that her journey wasn't over. It had just begun. For as long as she could shine, she would continue to share her glow with the world. She would guide those who needed it, comfort those who were lost, and light the way for all who looked up to her. And so, with the stars twinkling around her and the forest below basking in her peaceful light, the moon shone brighter than ever. Her glow would never fade, for it was part of the night, part of the world, and part of the endless dance of the universe. And from that night on, the moon's glow remained a constant in the sky, a symbol of connection, of friendship, of love, and of the beauty found in sharing what you have with the world. No matter how far the moon traveled across the heavens, no matter how many nights passed, Her glow would always be there, a light to share, a light to cherish, and a light to guide all who looked up to the sky.